Louisa. 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 Zone. reason. Louisa. Louisa. the reason. Louisa. 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 reason,
we officially kick off the AWS Community Day West Africa 2023.
why do I need to digitize my organization? Why do I need to transform my organization? And I'll tell you why. It's because it allows us as organizations to compete.
Across all the different 7 user groups in West Africa, we've had about 41 events organized so far this year. And it's really interesting to see the connection between community activity and community engagement and the growth of the community.
There are lots of prizes to be won, AWS credits. We also have a grand prize of a laptop, a brand new laptop. I think the community deserves a round of applause. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Content is king.
Content is king.
Community is queen, and she always rules. Well,
yeah, Blessing 2023. Content is king and community is queen.
You can leverage the community to improve your professional networking. By being an active member of the community, you get to connect with amazing people, experts. Like, this community has given me so much. Like, I interact with CTOs, I interact with CEOs. People reach out to me because of this community, and that wouldn't have been possible if not for this community. This community also gives me the opportunity to be able to mingle and rub shoulders with the high and mighty like Sir David, Sir Imo.
Right. Yeah, fantastic.
And you can actually have access to that space.
So the AWS cloud is for everyone, regardless of what field or what your background is. So if you're here and you're a beginner, be rest assured this is for you. So just take your notes, your pen, and be ready to jot down.
Just to give you an insight on how we look at security is when you want to train a model, for example, in machine learning, and you want to use your data to train that model. We provide a way for you to actually copy that model into your private space, into your private AWS account, and actually train that model with your own data.
So our aim is by 2025, we should be able to empower 5,000 people, young people.
And that's a massive goal.
So we need your support in case we are like 1 year old now this month, and we are growing so well because of your support, and we need to do more.
We can say there is a job boom when it comes to cloud computing. And then if you are able to show yourself, to demonstrate capability and competence using AWS, you can tap into this benefit.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. This is room 2, and today is day 1 of this year's AWS West Africa Community Day. So this is day 1, and then today we're going to be having a lot of speakers. I believe you had a good time with the first session. So I am Damilare Odulesi, and I will be hosting this room alongside Han Usang. Han, can you speak? So doing this with me will be Anne. Anne will be coming up shortly. So I believe you all are ready for what we have for you, because we have so much for you in this year's community day. So now we're going to be moving into the program for this room 2 properly. If you're here, just let us know, put down that you are here in the comment section. Let's be sure that you are here with us. Oh, great, great, great. So people are joining already. We are so happy to see you. Okay, that's good. So we have our speaker. Our speaker is ready. He's going to be taking us on something very great. I believe you are going to learn so much. Bob, okay, I also want you to take note of the things that are displayed on the screen. There are so many information there for you. So please take note of whatsoever you see on the screen. Take note of that. So our first speaker for today in this room too is Raphael Gabmomo. So you are going to benefit so much from him, and he's going to be speaking on how to stay benefited from a community membership of AWS user group. And that's the topic Raphael is going to be dealing with. And I want you to be focused and concentrate very much, because there's so much for you to learn. So just keep up. Okay, Anne is here. Anne, can you say something? Let them hear your voice.
Hello everyone. Good evening.
Hi, we can hear your voice.
Good afternoon, wherever you're joining in.
So Anne is going to be doing this with me. So it's Anne and I that will be hosting you for the whole of today. So you're going to have a nice time, and we are glad to have you here. So moving on, our speaker is here, and he's going to be doing a whole lot for us on this. And then so before we bring up our speaker, there are a few things that I need you to know. So if you are here, just keep up with us. Like I told you, there's so much we have for you. So first, before we bring up our speaker, we're going to be going into our advert session, our sponsors. So I'm going to be playing a sponsor video for you now. It's from our sponsors. So please, I believe there's so much you will gain there. So just enjoy this before we then have Raphael take up the whole session. All right. I believe you enjoyed that. So we have our speaker for today here. Raphael is here, and there's so much you're going to hear from him. So at this point, Raphael, we are so happy to have you. Can you say something to the audience?
Hey, hi guys. I'm very excited to be with you. I think that it's a privilege to be with you on this very day, because 2024 is never going to come back. We are here, it's here, when it's gone forever. Okay, so it's a privilege to be connecting with you on this very special AWS Community Day, because there's never going to be another one in any 2024 anymore, unless we are moved to another universe entirely. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Thank you for
thank you,
me.
Raphael. You can hear that, so I can assure you there's so much that you're going to gain today and you're going to learn. So at this point, I'm going to leave the stage for Raphael. There's so much he wants to talk about. I would advise you take your pen and your paper, jot what you need to jot, and if you have any question, we are going to answer your question after this session. So Raphael, please have the floor, please. We are happy to have you.
Okay, so guys, I know that some of you, okay, let me tell you what I want to say. Okay, so I know that you might have, you might be in a place you're working, you feel boxed in, and you feel, it just work. Okay, so now the AWS community is an opportunity to have a different kind of engagement outside work. Okay, you'll meet friends, you'll have things to do apart from work. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking to you on the importance of being in a community like AWS community. Okay, so I'm going to be sharing, just give me a minute, let me pull up my slide. Okay, so just give me a minute, I'm going to be sharing my screen. Okay, I need to share my screen, just give me a very few minutes. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. So I have a slide that I've made. Sorry, it's not having the official, so it's not having the official, the official conference theme. Okay, so the very first thing I want to tell you is that why an AWS community membership matters to you and it matters to me. Okay, so like I said earlier on, we do not want you to be isolated. Okay, so we want you to have an amazing life. Okay, so there is life after work. Okay, so what AWS community membership is going to do for you now, if you've not joined, okay, if you're just here wondering, oh, why should I even join these people? What are these people talking about? Okay, that is what I want to tell you about. So it's going to connect you to a global community of people, okay, people that are excited about AWS, people that work with the technology every day, people that use it to do amazing stuff. Okay, now when you're in the community, there will always be opportunity to engage in meetups. Now let me tell you, there was a particular time I was, if this is your first time engaging with the community, hearing anything about the community, I want to tell you that there was a particular time that I was like you. I just started my career. It was only work friends that I had. Okay, I didn't have anybody to talk to outside work. And you know, in the workplace, it can be very, very intimidating at times. Okay, intimidating in the sense that, okay, all you know is just work, and you know that there are certain things that you cannot do. Okay, you don't want to get fired. Okay, but when you're in the community, you feel freer. Okay, you are yourself. You can ask questions. The questions that you feel, if you ask your colleagues, they might think that you're an idiot or you don't know. You can ask all of them in the community, because it's an opportunity for you to network with people. Now, let me tell you something that you didn't know. If it was not AWS community, I would not have met with people like Sir David, Sir Emo, Sir Promise, and all of you that are here. So it's an opportunity to network, to share knowledge, and do amazing thing. Okay, so let's move on to the next point. What are some of the benefits of joining the AWS community? Now I'll tell you, it's a little bit different. Okay, now because it's going to be an opportunity for you to learn. Okay, so you'll agree with me that, like I said earlier on, in your workplace, okay, you might get intimidated to ask certain questions. You might get intimidated to do certain things because you don't know if but in the community, basically, we play with the technology even before they come out. Okay, we play with the community now, even before people started using the AI for AWS. I had already started playing with it. Okay, and when I had the opportunity to come speak about it in the community, I was excited. Okay, and I shared. I think during one of the meetups, I shared, and I shared. I created the demo with it on the AWS group, and I felt I was myself. Okay, so the community gives you an opportunity to be yourself. Now I want to tell you something. Now, if you should not just be in the community and feel that they are chancing you. No, there is no chancing. Okay, the community is a place for you to bring in your input. Okay, you can always tell the leader, "Hey, leader, I want to contribute. This is what I think. I think if I do this, it's going to make us awesome." And guess what? You're going to have that opportunity. Okay, so it's a place for us to learn. It's a place to. Now, you're going to meet people. Now, let me tell you one funny thing that you do not know. As many people has messaged me that anybody that messages me, that tells me, "Oh, I want you to be my mentor. I'll tell them no problem. Okay. So what I would do is that I will usually give them things to do. I'll usually give them things to work on. If they keep working on them, I'll keep on cheering them on. Okay. So the community is a place for you to get mentored. But when I say get mentored, you don't have to keep your mouth shut. You need to speak up. Okay. So because like they say in the like the good old book says, okay? Now, I'm a Christian. I will always make reference to that. Like the good old book says, you should knock and it shall be open to you, okay? So when you want some of these things, you need to actually be all out, okay? So it's a place for you to collaborate. It's a place for career growth also, okay? I'll tell you the truth. I've had some amazing opportunities coming from the community. Okay, so I've had opportunity to work with certain people, and those opportunities, they came from the community. So now if you're here and you think that just joining the community, you can be an onlooker, you're going to cheat yourself. Okay, so the community is an amazing place, and I'm going to encourage you to be fully participate. I'm going to encourage you to fully participate in the whatsoever it's going on. Okay, so let me get to the next slide now. Okay, so another benefit of the community, we usually have regular meetups. Okay, so you will always have one thing to do every month. Okay, you will have opportunity to contribute to discussions. You will have opportunity to share ideas, and also be active on social media. So like I know that we have a Medium page. Okay, so if I can write an article and it will be shared on the community LinkedIn account. Okay, so the community is a place for you to really be yourself. Okay, anything that you want to do that you think will push you forward, that you think will contribute to everything that you are or want to be, the community can help you achieve that. Okay, so I'm going to check. Okay, I'm going to check the next one. Now, I want to talk about personal success story. Now, I have a few friends that I want to mention about. I'm not going to mention their name because I don't want, so now there are people. Okay, let me tell you, this guy is particularly my mentee. Okay, so he approached me. He works with a company in Port Harcourt. Okay, so he approached me and told me, he called me boss. Okay, so please, I really want to get into this cloud. What do I do? I don't know where to start from. I'm so confused. So I told him that what he can do, there are free resources, free materials. He can start from there. Okay, free materials, and they will give him badges. Okay, so he can study the materials and do the labs and the exercises that are there. He can start writing articles on those exercises. Now this guy went all out. He posted so many things on dev.to, and within 6 months, he was someone from the community contacted him, and they gave him the first opportunity. Today, as we are talking now, this is a guy that, according to him, the salary was being paid, he could not really take care of himself. today as we're talking, he's about to get married. Okay, so because he has been able to, he can afford. He can afford a very good life. He has rented the house. Before he was staying in a family house, so he has rented the house for himself. He has furnished it. He has everything that is needed, everything that he can use to take care of a woman. Okay, so now he's ready to get married, all because he engaged in the community. He actively participated. He took the bull by the horn, and he asked for mentorship, and so that can be you. So I'm encouraging you, if you're here today, that the community can do a lot for you, more than but you don't have to sit and just watch. Okay, you need to take the bull by the horn. Okay, you need to approach and you need to do. Okay, so let's see what next we have. Now, how do you maximize your membership of the community? Now, the very first one, like I said earlier on, you cannot just sit and watch. Okay, you need to attend events. Okay, when events are posted, when something is posted that they need speakers, that they need moderators, you need to take part. Okay, that is the only way to meet people. If you don't take part, if you're just a passive member of the community, now let me tell you, the boat is going to swim, okay, and it's swim away. Before you know it, is 1 year, is 2 years, and you're not doing anything. Okay, so I'm going to encourage you to benefit from your membership of the community. You need to actively participate. Okay, now another very good thing is AWS Community Builder. So yes, AWS Community Builder is an amazing opportunity for us that are in the community, because every single year you get amazing swag. Okay, for being a member, you get an amazing you get amazing swag. I think the first year they sent me a cup, a cup that if you put tea in it, it stays hot for the next, I think, 12 hours. The second year they sent me an amazing bag. This year, so every year they keep on sending you swag. Okay, so and another beautiful part about being an AWS community member is that you get a free voucher to write your exams. Okay, free AWS certification voucher. Okay, now another, you can be paired up with mentors as well. Is an amazing place to network. Okay, but like I told you earlier on, you cannot. The best way to maximize these benefits that the community is going to give to you is by participating. Okay, so let's check what next we have. Okay, so I'm gonna, here are my closing thoughts. Okay, here are my closing thoughts. Yes, you start small, okay, but stay consistent. Stay consistent. You need to knock on the door, meaning that you need to approach people. Okay? So approach people, do what you need to do, okay? Study, ask for help, and help is just there, okay? Help is just there, okay? Like, there's no one that has approached me for anything that I've not given attention. Even if I'm very busy, at least I will give you like 5 or 10 minutes of attention. Okay, so ask for help. Ask anyone for help. You will get that help that is required. So yes. So my closing thoughts, from me to you, AWS community is an amazing place to grow. Okay, but you need to. You cannot just join and sit on the fence. You need to take action. Okay. So I think this is where it ends. Okay, I'm open for questions. If you have any question with regards to the community, or maybe AWS community builder, how to join, the floor is open. Ask me and I'm going to answer. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. Thank you for that very beautiful session. I believe that a lot of persons here have learned a lot, right? How to be part of the community, the benefit of being part of the community. A lot of benefits have been mentioned, and already I feel like your body should already be itching you to join the community if you're not part of it. All right, so we are going to take questions now. So I've just seen one question from Eniola Deborah. So she's asking how to join the AWS Builder community. So how can one join the AWS community? I'm not sure which is it. How can one join the AWS community, or how can one be an AWS community builder? Okay, Mr.
Okay,
Raphael.
so yes, thank you very much for that question. I'm going to send you a link. I think I'm going to send it so that you send it to her. The link is in the backend chat. I've sent it, so you send it to them. You need to join the wait list now. Before I think it used to be every 3 months, but now AWS have done it. I think it's maybe 6 months or twice a year. But you need to join the wait list. That's the first thing. Then before the opening, you need to write 2 technical articles. Now, if you write it when the opportunity is open, you'll be denied. Okay, so make sure that you write that article now. Okay, because I think the next opportunity is going to be open around January, February, if I'm still very, very correct. The next opportunity is going to be open January, February, but you need to have that article a month or 2 before that opportunity opens. If not, you're not going to get in. Okay, it's an amazing way to get into the ecosystem and to get everything that is AWS free stuff. Oh yeah, there is something else. They used to call it Cloud Academy. The name has changed now. It's a platform where you have all cloud courses, okay, free of charge every year that you're a member. So it's a beautiful opportunity. Please make use of the form that I've sent. Okay, make use of the form, and yes, please join. I hope I've answered your question.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. That was actually answered. There's another question here from Temitayo. She said that she has her CCP, which has 50% discount on it for her architect exam. Is there a way she can get a voucher to take the solutions architect certificate?
Okay, so I think that AWS has given 50%. The only way is to pay for the remaining 50%. Okay, so the only way to get 100% voucher is to join AWS Community Builder. So start working on your 2 technical article now. Okay, so someone just said it's once a year now. So start working on your 2 technical articles. It can be anywhere, any part of AWS. You can write about EC2. You can write about anything, any of the services, just 2 services. Okay, 2 services, and you will be placed in a group that is related to the services that you've written about. Okay. Yeah, I hope I've answered your question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. Okay, we have another question here, but I believe you've already answered it. Someone is saying, is it paid? It's not paid. I don't know, Mr.
Yes,
Raphael, would you want to add something to that?
No. Now, community activities are not paid. Okay, they are free. Okay. Now, one other thing that I would like to tell you guys about, some of you that have written so many certifications. Okay. Now, if you have, I want to give you a clue. I wanted to mention it during the slide where I was talking about people that have gotten up. Now, I have one of my mentees. Okay, one of my mentees, he was able to get about 7 certifications. Okay, he got about 7 certifications. That's number 1. Number 2, he wrote a lot of technical articles. Now, guess how he approached his job search? Okay, he asked to work pro bono. Now, what does pro bono means? To work for free. Okay, so now if you present yourself to those companies, those partners, you tell them that you want to work for free, you might be shocked. So he worked for free for the first month. Second month, guess what? The big opportunity came and he was placed in. Okay, so you need to have a mindset of learning and community. You never know what can happen. Now, let me give you one last instance about another of my mentee. Now, he loaded his phone with 15,000 naira. He got as the numbers of as many companies as possible. He started calling one by one. But before he made that call, he did his homework. He passed a few certifications. He wrote some real good technical article. His GitHub was very, very sound, and he started making the calls as well. Okay, one of them gave him an opportunity, and in the second month he got in fully. Okay, so and all these opportunities came because he was hungry and he was part of the community. Okay, so I hope I've answered all your questions. Yeah. Do we have any other questions?
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. Okay, so we have a question here. Some persons are asking how can they be part of the community, but the link has been sent for that. So I'm just going to take this one last question. And Temitayo she's asking again, is there any platform these articles needs to be published on?
Okay, so for AWS Community Builder, they like dev.to. Now just type dev.to in your browser, and you just they'll ask you to choose I think GitHub or Google. Boom, you've created an account. It's very, very easy to create an account on dev.to. But if you don't like dev.to, there is another one called Hashnode, and there is Medium as well. So you can create a free account on these platforms, and yeah, you can go ahead. Okay, so but my favorite is dev.to. So yeah, and that's what AWS Community Builder uses as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. Thank you for sharing with us all about the community, the benefits of the community, how one can be part of it. I'm seeing a question here. What are the services AWS offer that one can write on? I think Mr. Raphael has already mentioned some certain things. He talked about EC2. So they are endless, right? AWS has over 200 services. So whichever one you know that you have proficiency in, go ahead, write on it, publish it on any of these article platforms that Mr. Raphael has talked about. Begin to put yourself out there and join the wait list for the community builder. And we've also shared on the chat how you can connect with Mr. Raphael on LinkedIn. So you can connect with him on LinkedIn, and you could send him a message to say thank you. Mr. Raphael, I hope that's fine.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Okay, so you can send a message to say thank you for the wonderful session and what you learned. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. It's been an amazing time learning, and I believe that a lot of persons have been able to actually get a lot from this session. So we are going to be moving on to the next session, and the next session is one that everybody here should be very excited about, because we are going into the session for the quiz. So if you're excited and you know that you're ready to win prizes, I want you to just maybe clap, celebrate. Let me see some fire emojis in the comment section, because we are going to have the quiz session and it is a time for you to win some prizes. So my co-host Damilare is going to be anchoring that session. So get ready to win and get ready to have fun. All right, over to you, Damilare.
Yes, it's time for the freebies. If you are happy to hear that, let me just see your comment. So, okay, so this is the way all right, I can see your comment, that's good. So the way the quiz is going to happen is this. I'm going to share the screen now. So you will be able to join the quiz. Then we're going to be starting. So right about now, I'm going to be sharing. Okay, if you can see my screen, just put that in the comment section. Let me see that you can see the screen. All right, so join through this link. You can see the link. We're going to wait for more people to join the link. Okay, we have 11 people. Okay, we're just going to wait for others to join. So let's give 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Join the link, join the link. 1 more minute, and we start the quiz. We have 17 players already. Okay, now we are going into the quiz immediately. So this is a quiz of the fastest finger. So okay. So let's see. All right. So now we are going to the next question. So Abdul Rashid, okay. Now we move to the next question. So let's see who is going to win this. So, all right. So you know the answer you picked. So let's see who is leading. Okay, so we have 3 people at the leaderboard. We have Abdul Rashid, we have Wisdom, we have Tech U. All right, so let's go to the next question. Let's see who is going to win this session of the quiz. Time is up. So let's see the answer. Okay, almost everyone. Okay, we have 23 people who voted the right answer. Okay. So let's see who actually won this session of the quiz. Are you all ready? All right, I'm doing that right away. So let's see who. Oh my God. This was very, very close. Oh, Abdul Rashid Abdusar. That's the person who has 174 points. So for this section of the quiz, our winner, we already see our winner. And I want to tell you, there is still so many other quizzes coming up today. So stay tuned. If you are not able to win this session of the quiz, there are other quizzes still coming today. So I need you to stay tuned. While we move to the next session of the program, I hope you are having a good time. If you're having a good time, please drop your comments in the chat section. And then if you have people that you think ought to be here that are not here yet, please invite them. Please invite them while we move to the next session.
Hello, everyone. So thanks very much for staying tuned. So we're going to go to the next session now. So the next session is building agentic AI solutions.
So I hope you are ready. Are you all ready? Let me see your comments in the comment section.
Yep. So apologies. So I think that there's some network connectivity issues. So apologies for that. So we're going to go to the next session, which will be on building agentic AI solutions with custom tools. And the presenter will be Samuel Kende Ayo. And Mr. Samuel is a lead AI engineer at Clive Alliance, Florida, in United States. So he's a seasoned hands-on AI engineer, data scientist, and software engineer. I'll let Mr. Ayo come on to give a more thorough introduction of himself. But before we go into the session, we have a short message from one of our GOAT sponsors that made this event possible. And right after the messaging, Mr. Sam Ayo will come online, and then we'll go through the next session. Here is a quick message from our sponsor, DataMelon.
Are you looking to innovate with AWS? DataMelon is your trusted AWS partner for digital transformation, cloud adoption, data and artificial intelligence solutions. With over 13 years expertise and a strong presence in the United Kingdom, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have delivered cutting-edge cloud-based solutions to our customers across the world.
At DataMelon, we provide comprehensive end-to-end cloud services, covering cloud foundation, cloud migrations, application modernization, cloud-native software development, and cost optimization through our extensive AWS billing and account management solutions. Our expertise in building generative AI solutions, data AI strategies, and modern data architectures through our AI Data Center of Excellence is particularly exciting. Imagine leveraging these advanced technologies to drive innovation and enhanced efficiency within your business.
We are more than just a consulting firm. We are an AWS Advanced Consulting Partner, an AWS well-architected partner, and a global reseller of AWS services powered by the AWS Solution Partner Program. With over 10 AWS service delivery designations, including Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, and DynamoDB, our expertise runs deep. Recently awarded the 2023 AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa, we are committed to driving innovation and excellence with AWS.
With over 50 certified professionals around the globe, including cloud architects, AI engineers, and data specialists, our team is here to support you every step of the way. We're passionate about solving your challenges and building a brighter future together.
Our client portfolio includes industry leaders such as Vodafone Group, Guarantee Trust Bank, Providus Bank, Paystack, amongst many, where we have successfully delivered tailored cloud solutions. Whether you're a startup, SMB, or large enterprise, our experience and expertise can help you achieve your cloud objective, ensuring scalability, security, and performance efficiency. At DataMelon, we say speed is our advantage. Let's help you accelerate your cloud and AI journey. Connect with us today and let's help you solve for what's next.
All right, so I want to believe I have the floor. Do I?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Hi, guys. So today we're going to take something really interesting, talking about generative AI. More importantly, talking about how generative AI affect product services and how you, as a user or as a developer, can leverage generative AI within the AWS ecosystem. For that, we'll stretch our focus primarily to look at agentic systems and why agentic systems is something critically important at this particular time, and not just why it's important, because and why it plays a really, really crucial role in developing systems for businesses that scale, and also systems that are intuitive and also show some level of intelligence. So without much ado, let's just get straight right in. All right. So yeah, of course, we're talking about building agentic AI solutions with custom tool. My name is Sam Ayo, and I am an AI engineer, and I have some level of background that covers economics, mathematics, statistics, and I'm also a fellow at Atiba. My major interest covers core AI, NLP, audio AI, air engineering, experimentation, and of course, system inference designing. I have some programming languages in my tool belt, some of them owing, of course, to what I like to refer to as my previous life, where I worked as a senior software engineer before pivoting full-time into AI. Majority of my work covers around building agentic systems in real time and also designing semantic modeling relationships between different systems and architectures, and also real-time audio detection engines. I consider myself agnostic, industry agnostic, because, of course, for this kind of work, especially that circles around AI, it's industry agnostic. I can fit largely into almost every corner. So let's go straight right in. When we talk about agentic systems, what are we really talking about? Because when you Google or you search online, you find out that there is a lot of information about what agentic systems really are. But we cannot really unpack agentic systems unless we talk about agentic systems with relation to intelligence. And that brings us to a stop, because how do we define intelligence? Because if we look at intelligence by the amount of tasks that can be iteratively completed, then it is largely just a simulation of how we, the observer, decide how well that task is carried out. To a monkey looking at us, what intelligence is in the scope of that monkey, right? For us as humans who will be looking at the higher life form, take for example aliens, right? We'll look at those aliens and they will look back at us and judge us by the level of their intelligence. So what am I trying to say? Defining intelligence is so difficult, right? Because you have to look at a lot of factors: rationality, decisiveness, and also pattern recognition, right? So when we say AI is intelligent, we're not really saying AI is actually intelligent. We're saying AI is mimicking a level of intelligence based on the set of tasks it has been given to accomplish. Now, that rolls us back down to agentic systems. So when we say agentic systems, we're basically just referring to components, different components that have come together to exhibit planning, decision-making, and environmental interaction in an intelligent-like manner, right? And you find all of these in different agents as they manifest in different forms across different systems. An intelligent agent is, or can be referred to as, an autonomous entity as well. Right? You can look at an autonomous entity that has the capability to interact with its environment, because agents may or may not learn and use the knowledge that they have to achieve certain goal. And that is what now brings us into generative AI in itself. right? Because generative AI looks at intelligence from an LLM-based perspective. And of course, I'm not going to take my time to start cracking down on LLMs so that I can manage my time, right? But when we talk about LLMs, in terms of agents, we're saying that LLM agents are introspective and proactive, which means that they can respond to stimuli. Stimuli using technologies like React, right, which is the reasoning and action, chain of thought prompting that gives them the capability to be able to take a set of tasks and break them down. Right, and then this gives agents the capability to be reactive to environments when they are exposed to certain tools. Now, agents, LLMs, generative AI, how do we bring these solutions into production environment, or how do we even develop them that they can be used by you are developing? The entire goal of it all is that you're able to develop systems that can be taken to production and can be used by the business to serve customers, or used by the business internally to optimize decision making, or used by the business to serve other businesses, right? So why is it so difficult, right, to bring these things to production? Of course, you have those people developing them. You can develop them on your local, on a notebook, develop them on your laptop. But when it's time to take them production, you find that there are a lot of bottlenecks. The thing here is that agentic systems give businesses the capabilities to interact with their data at real time. Now, this real-time data means that they can integrate with internal data or data from third-party systems using complex tools. Now, for RAG, right, why we're talking about RAG is because as a agentic system is becoming a thing, so is RAG. And in West Africa, businesses that are beginning to catch up with data, as they are catching up with data, they are realizing that generative AI is one of the ways to go. And one way they can quickly leverage on it is, of course, using internal knowledge bases through RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, and also agentic systems to also make decisive systems. So you find out that RAG and agentic systems are running the race at par. So businesses can use RAG and then use that as a technique or as a system to see existing knowledge base and make inference of that. But the catch there is that with RAG, it is static, right? Which means that the system cannot go beyond whatever the knowledge base provides. The system cannot go beyond whatever the knowledge base is updated to. It is static. If they have third-party data coming in, it is stuck. And this is where agentic systems shine precisely. And tools are the secret ingredient for agentic systems. When we talk about agentic systems, we cannot talk about agentic systems without even coming to discuss about tools, because tools is that spice that make agentic systems what they really are, right? And it's really even not about designing complex prompts. It's not even about designing the best LLMs, because you may have Llama 3.2, you may have GPT Strawberry, you may have 3.5 Anthropic, you may have Bedrock models, you may have Titan. But the problem is that you cannot go beyond, right, what an agentic system can offer without having the right tools for that agentic system to use. And that brings us down to two key and very important components of tools, right, of tool calling. Two very important components. We have tool calling and then we have tool recognition. There are two very important components when we talk about tool calling, or when we talk about tools precisely in agentic systems. You have tool calling and then you have the tool recognition. So what is tool calling? I'm sure if you have played with LangChain or played with this or played with some of those frameworks for LLMs, you realize that tool calling is actually there, where you can actually put an API or talk to Google search using your tools and whatnot. But then, what then is tool recognition in itself, right? So when we talk about tool recognition, you're looking at outside a separate scope entirely of how LLMs are able to look at a myriad amount of tools they have been exposed to, and then be able to use those tools they are exposed to be able to make inference. So you can have a tool that helps the user to interact, send or compose emails, one that helps for them to retrieve recent emails, another that allows them to not only retrieve recent emails, but also retrieve most recent emails. So tool recognition now is for the capability for the LLM to be able to look at all these very, very closely related tools and be able to identify the distinct difference between them without mismatching them and then going into hallucination. So what are the components of agentic system? One is planning, right? An agentic system should be able to plan. And planning comes from context awareness. That's why you see OpenAI, you see Anthropic, you see big models creators are racing so hard and so deeply to be able to design LLMs that are so great at reasoning as a very, very strong yardstick, because context awareness or thought creation is a very, very important component of agentic systems. And then you have decision making. Agentic systems must be able to adequately make decisions. And it also boils down to reasoning and the ability to articulate different steps to solve complex problems. So if you expose an LLM to a banking API, you want it to be able to retrieve data from that API and be able to think deeply on that data and answer complex questions, maybe questions around what if this user qualified for a loan, what is this user transaction history in the past 6 months, compare it to their deposit in and their withdrawals out. You want the agentic system to be able to do that using critical thinking steps and then solve such complex problems. And then we have the environmental interaction as a component of AI. And that brings us down to where you have the tool use and tool recognition that we briefly looked at earlier. For the beauty of agentic systems is the fact that they have the capability to interact with the environment, and this is done using tools, and the capability boils down to the ability to make tool calls and tool recognition. Now, when we talk about tools, building custom tools, you need to understand that there's something called the body of work. The body of work can then be cascaded down into 3 main parts: the input, the tool logic, and then the tool result. So the tools always have an input, and the inputs are the input to the tool, right, are what the LLM in the agentic system uses for inference to understand what that tool requires, what that tool needs. So you can either do that automatically, or you can instruct the LLM to be able to do that for you, right, when you design your tool or through your tool description. Now, I wouldn't want to go on without discussing environmental interaction with reference to RAG, right? Because it's really important that we look at just this section really briefly as we glide along. So when we talk about environmental interaction for agentic systems using RAG, we're talking about chunking strategy and then the embedding strategy. Right. So when you, as an ML engineer, as an AI engineer, as a generative AI engineer, or a software engineer implementing generative AI, you need to be more conscious about what kind of strategy you're using. Are you using the chunking strategy or the embedded strategy for your RAG system? If you're using the chunking strategy, then there are a lot of things you should consider. If you're using the embedded strategy, there are also some things that you must also consider as well. Now, what does an agentic stack look like? What does it look like? It's basically just a component of each of these tools. You have Hugging Face to pull in models. You have weight and biases for evaluation. You have LangGraph, your choice is LangGraph, to implement. You have Python Lightning for serving your LLM, or FastAPI for serving your LLM. And of course, you have PyTorch to work with. Okay, so as I draw to a close, one thing that you should look at basically when you're building custom tools for agentic systems is what I refer to as the golden rule for designing it. Your tool description is like the everything, let me use that term, for your agentic system when you're building custom tools. One thing you need to look at is how to use the tool. So your tool description has to be instructive to the LLM on how to use the tool, because you might have to build a myriad number of tools depending on what the business is asking you to work with. So you must look at your tool description must be instructive. It should be descriptive, right? If you look at the sample I have on my slide, you see it say something like, for the Google search, it says use this tool only when the task requires you to search online for the following reason, right? So you're giving it an instruction of what it should do, then you're describing what the tool should use. Now, if you look at the next example I have there for the get stock price, you see that it says input to the tool, right, input, always rephrase the input to the tool. Now you are telling it how to interact with the tool. So it doesn't have to infer by itself. You're giving it clear description or clear instruction of how it should interact with the tool. So when it comes to bringing AI products to the cloud or to bring into solution, personally, I have a lot of trust for AWS EC2 GPUs because it's been resilient throughout from my work in production. And there are a couple of them that you need to look at or bear in mind as you implement them. And one of the ways you can start by looking at them is to walk with them through the grid. So you have like an NVIDIA GPUs, which is more of like one of the most common based on market share. And then you can find that in the G4DN EC2 instance type. It's very, very great for prototyping and releasing micro models, small models, maybe 3.7B, 7B models, 8B models, very small models for API models. It's very good for deploying them. Then if you're taking it a step up for heavy production workloads, you can look at G6, which is the NVIDIA L4, around 22 gigabyte VRAM, that allows you to bring in production workloads to the as you go. All right, so I'm going to stop here and then roll the ball out for questions that want to come in.
Hello, thanks very much, sir. That was very interesting and definitely very enlightening session. I can see like some of like like a few questions in the chat window. So one related to just overview cloud engineering. But before I do that, maybe I should just ask you like this question. So from your perspective or in your opinion, what's sort of like the maturity of adopting AI in general across West Africa? Maybe based on your experience, is there something that you've seen in terms of growing adoption, or is that something that you think it's still relatively basic at the moment?
Okay, so it was so interesting. In the Nigerian Artificial Intelligence Conference, NAIS strategy, sometime around April, I was honored by the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun. I got to speak with one of the AWS representatives, and we had a chat, right, exactly on the same question about the adoption of AI in West Africa and the growth rate and whatnot. It's so interesting because the moment you go online and you take a search or you just look at the ecosystem in, let's point fingers, let's say LinkedIn and say TechX, right? That's Twitter. You find that there's a lot of storm going on, a lot of young individuals coming into the space, a lot of conferences springing up left, right, and center. I mean, Data First Africa is centering this year's theme on AI, right? It's centering AI. It's just at that. It's just going with that much force. So the adoption rate is growing so fast. And one thing pushing this is businesses are becoming aware of data. They're becoming more data literate than ever across West Africa. They're realizing that it's so now easy to use your data and bring AI into your data and then speed up inference like in a very, very conversational manner. And we also owe this to the diffusion of technology because initially in the past, the diffusion of technology from the creators, let me say from the West into Africa, used to be very, very slow. But now the diffusion is so fast. Think about GPT Strawberry is out. We're already using it in West Africa. Claude is releasing. We are using it. Bedrock is available. We are using it. It's the diffusion is just so fast, and the adoption rate is going so slow. And you find that the engineering database or developer database is growing geometrically. So the adoption is really, really high and very wide, and it's really exciting.
Wow, that's super interesting. No, thanks very much for sharing your insight on that. So, Anne, are there any questions that you want that the audience has asked that we can post to Mr. Samayo?
Yes, there is a question here. There's a question from Abdul Salam. He says, I'm a software engineer, major in front end, but I am interested in cloud engineering. What advice can you give on that, sir?
Okay, so the first thing I want to give to you is to take an AWS certification exam. That's the very first step you should take, right? It should plunge you first into understanding the basics of cloud engineering, majorly in the AWS ecosystem space, because AWS relatively for me is one of those easy platforms that you can just spin up an instance, manage an instance and whatnot. So it's relatively easy for you to glide in. But the first step that you need to do is take a certification exam, right? Yeah, you can take solutions architect to start with to start getting yourself ready and go on.
So
All
I have
right.
another question. Oh, go ahead, Madam Ann. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to agree to what Sam said.
Yeah. So there's another question that comes to mind here, which is, if someone is new into tech, because in the community sometimes we get a lot of people that are new to tech. Maybe they're just finishing their university, which I think a lot of some of like the community members have just finished their university studies and everything. And maybe in some cases we have people that are switching. We have people that did medicine that all of a sudden are super interested in tech, and then would you advise and say, yeah, you know what? This is another good path for you to switch into. So switching maybe from wherever you studied in like a first degree in university and switching right into AI and machine learning and dive deep into that. Or would you
Okay,
say
so
take a stepping stone before you come to this?
So the okay, let me not try to let me break the question down, because if you're coming from a background that has a different discipline that coming into AI, you know very well that if you're coming into AI, you need to have some level of statistic, some level of mathematics. It's not like a free for all, you just jump in and jump out. The truth is that you can find resources on Medium, you can find resources on not my approach for evaluation. My evaluation is that you can find the articles to read. You can also be able to answer questions based on the concept of what you found or what you read or what you implemented. So if you're moving it for say from medicine into an AI engineer, it's all well and good, nothing stopping you, but you know very well there's a trajectory, which means that you must start your learning from a particular part. So if you're coming into ML and AI, definitely you must start by learning the basics of statistics, which is probability and algebra. You must learn those two. In short, those two are like the bare backbone of majority of the things we're doing, right? And then you need some level of statistics. I wouldn't push you and say start calculus, right? No. You can actually start from algebra as a good way to start to get yourself acquainted. Then arithmetic progressions, and then you can now start working your way up into differentiation. Why? The question is why? But I can just import this, import NumPy, import pandas, and I don't need all of this. The problem here is that by the time you do all of that and you're brought into a company, you're not going to be building products that you're just going to import NumPy and just deploy it. No, they're going to be asking you that they want to build edge cases that requires you to think. Now, you cannot think if you are just importing NumPy, right? Because you don't know what is happening behind the motion NumPy. So no, you can't just jump in. You take it one after the other and then you climb your way up.
All right, thank you so much, Sam, for answering that. So, for those who are looking to go into the AI and ML aspect of it, I'm sure you've actually gained from what Mr. Sam has said. At least you need to know some level of maths. So, if you're like me that runs or that has been running away from maths, please maybe let's go to another section of AWS. Okay, so we have another question here, and I think I'll just bring this up since this is almost in line with AI. So Gabriel is asking, what easiest way do you bring AI tools to production since it's very difficult to do so?
All right, great. So I shared some stack because bringing products, AI products to production is also as synonymous as experimentation in the first place. And some school of thought believe that ML ops or AI ops or LLM ops is a very iterative journey. And I don't think I debunk or I'm against that. But bringing it to production is actually a step-by-step process. And what I go on by step-by-step process, it means that every single thing of the way, you need to guard it up, right? If you're taking your product, your notebook, no, not your notebook, because your notebook would have already become modules before you can take it to production. If you have your server, let's use that word, server locally on your computer and you're about to take it to production, it just simply means that you have a few things in place. One of them is you have proper logging in place. You're properly logging it. Your LLM is sufficiently guardrailed. You need to guardrail your LLM, right? You need to run iterative testing in your LLM. You need to set up monitoring and logging, right? You need to set up Pydantic. Pydantic is one good library if you're using for Python because it allows you to actually check mark and then run structured model as it is. And then in production, you need to also set up evaluations, right? So
All right, so let's just be patient. I believe our speaker will be up again. Just a slight network glitch. So I believe that he was already answering the question that Mr. Gabriel asked. And there's another question here, and this is from Nomso. So I'm just going to answer this while we wait for Mr. Sam. So Nomso is saying that as an entry level rookie in AWS, it is difficult to leverage on opportunities. How can I get an internship because I am underdog right now? How can I get hands-on experience? I am interested. All right, so I'm going to say that for this, you need to actually start learning from different sources. AWS has been able to provide different sources out there to learn, and one of it is the AWS Educate. You can just Google AWS Educate and you find that. And there's also the AWS Skill Builder. Especially on AWS Skill Builder, we have labs. So you can practice with the labs there, and not just that, build projects around whatever you practice. When you practice a thing, put it out there. So don't just practice and then you are keeping it to yourself. Make a video about it, write an article about it, put it up on GitHub, do all of those things to put yourself out there. And most importantly, be part of communities and be part of a community as this, because in there, imagine every day you come, you share something that you've written about or a video you made. When you share it, somebody in the community is actually watching you, and you may not know. After a while, they can just say, oh, I've been watching Nomso for a period of time and he has been doing XYZ. And okay, and the person reaches out to you, and before you know it, you have an internship position. So most persons actually get to ask this question a lot, but the one way you can do it is to learn from either of these resources, and you can also write articles, make videos, be part of an AWS community builder, an AWS community group, sorry, as this one. And with that, with time, you'll be able to get those internships and those jobs as the case may be. All right, so I hope we've been able to answer that. So I'm just going to hand over to Damilare now. So Damilare is going to take on with the next session. Another time for quiz. I believe that you're all ready. All right,
Yes,
Damilare.
thank you, and thank you. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourself. So another time for quiz. I told you if you stay tuned, there's a lot for you to win. So we're going straight into the next session of the quiz. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. So you know the way we did it the other time. So we're going to drop the link for the quiz. You can have the link so that you can join. So I'm going to be doing that right now. So are you ready for the quiz? you are ready for the quiz, keep joining. So I'm going to give a few minutes for people to join the quiz, then we're going to start. All right. All right. Thirty more seconds. I'm just going to give room for a few more persons to join. You know how we did it, right? So we are going to do the same thing. So 30 more seconds. Okay, 20 more seconds now. So we are going to be starting the quiz right away. We have 18 players ready. We have 20, 21, 10 more seconds. Then we start right away. All right, are you ready? Okay, I can see that you are ready. We have over 20 players already. So we start the quiz immediately. So fastest finger, let's see what you've got for us. So all right, before I show the, before we continue on the quiz, let me quickly drop this that there's a maximum number of quizzes you can win. Yes, I know we have 3 quizzes. You can win the 3. So you can win, I think we have maximum of 2. Aha, because I know some people will be like, I will win everything. All right, so let's see what the answer is. So the answer is actually, we have 12 people who got that right, and then we have several other people who got it wrong. So let's see who is leading the leaderboard. Oh, this is good. We have a very big competition between Enoch and Joseph Adadi, followed by Olawale Ayodele. So let's move to the next question. Let's see who's going to win this session of the quiz. The next quiz. So let's see what the correct answer is. Okay. So, okay, you are supposed to select 3 options. So we have, okay, so we have 10 people who selected the wrong question, the wrong option. So let's see who is leading. Let's see what it's looking like this time. All right. Oh, the challenge is really getting challenging. Now we're having Mayor of AWS, Olufemi. Oh my God, the first 3 people who were leading before, we can't find them anymore. All right, let's move to the next question. I think this is getting interesting. Let's see who is going to, win this. right, time is up. So let's see what the answer is. And let's see how you guys picked your answer. Okay, for this one, there's only one correct answer. Oh my, almost everyone got it right. So let's see what happened at the leaderboard. Let's see who actually. Oh my God, I know you are all ready to see that. So let's see who is taking the lead. Oluwafemi finished with a total of 244 points. Oluwafemi actually is the winner of this session of the quiz. Let me tell you this, there's still more to come. So stay tuned, stay tuned. We have so much more. We're bringing your way. Oluwafemi, congratulations to you. So, all right, so at this point, we are going to be taking a break. Then we will start the next session in the next 9 minutes. That will be 6 o'clock West African time. So at this point, I would just advise you, stay tuned. We still have so much more for you for this year's AWS Community Day. So stay tuned, and I'm still saying that, stay tuned. Congratulations to those who have won so far. We still have more quizzes to come. So just enjoy yourself. We'll be back in a short while.
I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time starts out a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Oh, wait. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
All right, I believe you are back for the other loads of program we have for you. And you see, people have been winning AWS credit. I mean, I felt like I wish I could win credit too, you know. You just attend the program and you win free credit just like that. You know, it's really a great thing. And I tell you, there are still lots more for you. There are still lots more for you. So if you are here, okay, let's see. Okay, let's see your comment. Let's see your comment. Let's see your comment. Let's see your comment. If you have won a credit today, let's see your comment. If you are thinking you are going to win the next credit, let's see your comment. We want to be sure how ready you are, because we are ready for you. We have all the credits. We are not going on with it. It's for you. So just stay tuned. we are moving to the next session of the program. And like I told you, there is a whole lot we still have for you. So this session is another session that you don't want to miss. If you have a friend who is supposed to be here, who is not here yet, please share this link. If you have people who are into cloud computing, people who are thinking about serverless, and they're like, how are they going to do it? You need to share this session with them. They need to be here. This next session we are going into is going to be a whole lot, a whole lot, a whole lot. So we are going to be talking about building serverless applications. So you want to build a serverless application. What are the best practices you want to go through? And this is what this next session is going to be doing for you. Yeah, there's a lot you're going to learn. So we have our speaker. Our speaker is ready and is going to do justice to that. So you're ready? Yes, you're ready. Yes, you're ready. Yes. So before we move into our next speaker, we just want to play you one of our sponsors' video. Afterwards, then we'll bring up our speaker. Then we introduce our speaker. Our speaker is ready. I believe you are ready too. There's a whole lot you are going to learn. So we are taking a short break to play you one of our sponsors' videos. Please stay tuned. There's still much more we have for you.
All right, so we have our speaker here.
All right. Since we are here for you, we are happy to have you. Everyone also is ready for you. But before we hand over the whole thing to Tosin, let's display a few things about Tosin's profile. For those of you who don't know yet, okay, Tosin is a backend and data engineer at Secure Intelligence Limited. So she is a backend engineer. You know what it means to be a backend and data engineer. So there's a whole lot you are going to learn from her. She has certified cloud computing practitioner. She's also a solutions architect. You know, a whole lot. So, Tosi, you can have the floor. We're happy to have you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Damien, Larry, and Han. Thank you very much for having me today, for being present in my session. Again, my name is Tosin, and I am more than excited to to talk about my favorite topic, serverless application, building serverless application. That Milari has handled my background. I thought I would be doing that myself. So yeah, let's get into it. I've had the opportunity to work with quite a few serverless projects that are hosted on AWS. So I get to share that experience with you, and that is more than exciting for me. And I'm sure you will find a thing or two, I'm sure more than two things to get out of this session. And the first question you might want to ask yourself is, why serverless? Well, serverless applications have really transformed the way we build.
So apologies, Madam Tosin, to interrupt. Are you sharing your screen?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're not planning to share any slides? Just checking.
I planned to. One moment.
No
I
problem.
can do that. I thought that is handled by.
Oh, okay.
Apologies, because
No
I sent you the slides.
Okay, no problems. Let's bring up the slides now. So apologies for that. And let's go to bring that up very quickly, Ma, and we'll load the slides in a minute. So maybe while we're doing that, while we're bringing up your slides and loading it up into StreamYard. So you've been like in the industry for quite a long time, Madam Tosin. So
yes,
yeah, nice. Yeah. So did you start out straight into AWS, or did you start out in another area of tech and then pivoted over to AWS at some point?
I start out straight from AWS. It doesn't really start out from AWS, but I think my company, the company I interned with and then which retained me, helped a lot with that. They are AWS partners, so we build a lot of things on AWS.
Nice. So essentially, you came into your tech career straight as a cloud person. So that's very good encouragement to anyone else that's joining. Like maybe thinking, maybe I need to do something else before I jump into this cloud stuff. So you can just start out your tech career and start trading cloud. So your slides are now loaded, have not been loaded into StreamYard. So we'll hand back over to you to carry on with the rest of your session now.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'll take one more moment, please. So why serverless? Let's continue from there. Serverless has transformed the way we actually build modern application, because you no longer have to worry about the nitty-gritty that goes into operational tasks. You now have to focus your innovation. You now have to focus on your code, build the innovation, the idea that you've been ruminating about. So building serverless application, like a friend of mine will say, I get to push my code out there, and pushing my code out there, it gets to production. And if it does not run, if nobody uses it, it doesn't cost you anything. So that is the beauty of it. It costs you zero if it never gets used. So today's session, we are going to cover the mistakes many people make and the best practices. But first, fundamentals of serverless services. The fundamentals when it comes to serverless, we cannot forget the one that gets the most accolade, and for good reasons, right? AWS Lambda. It is the backbone of serverless. It allows you to run your code without actually provisioning servers. When I say provisioning servers, you think EC2. So you just put your code there and it runs. Another one is API gateway, the front door. If you are a developer, if you are a web developer, you probably know how to build APIs on your own. But you don't really have to do that. There is a service that manages that for you. It manages the complexities, the scaling, and some of the security and the monitoring. And then we have DynamoDB, the serverless NoSQL database, provide you with, this is a selling point, single digit millisecond response. So it gives you very good latency for your applications. We cannot talk about serverless without talking about S3, without talking about the reactive systems, the reactive services. I call them reactive, but we call them event-driven services like SNS, SQS, and event bridges. So S3, block storage, durable, cost-effective. All of those things, right? When you combine them together, you get when you combine them together, you get to create a scalable, event-driven application. Okay, you can have something, you can have your Lambda function that will only get triggered when somebody puts something in S3. And the Lambda function will do something on the file and store some information on DynamoDB, and then notify other users through SNS. So this is what we are talking about. When the components come together, you get a very beautiful thing. So now we know the fundamentals. What are the best practices? I already said Lambda is the baba of all of them, right? What are the best practices? That's why we are going to start from Lambda. Efficient function design. You want to design your function to work efficiently. And it is based on two things. Modularize your function. Some people, if you've been in it for a while, you cannot modularize that much. It might take a lot, it might take some things. It might mean that you have to do some more granular testing, right? It might take some other effort when it comes to testing, but you are starting out to modularize a function. But what did I mean by modularize? Okay, you are building an application and people are using the application and you are managing users. Okay, login, one function. Sign up, one function. I'm sure you are getting it now. Forgot password, one function. So put all of that in each function. It makes it very easy to do, right? The other thing is make your function stateless. Don't make your function rely on the output of another instance of your function. So you can do a lot of things with DynamoDB to work with your function, maybe to store, I call DynamoDB consistent, right? To store stuff that you want, that you can't afford to lose, but don't put it on Lambda. It's stateless. So that is that. Also, don't include AWS references. Don't outcode them inside your function. Please don't. Okay, those are the best practices. No outcoding. This is where IAC comes into play, right? This is where IAC actually shines. So because you can just call the data and get the current value of whatever AWS services that you want to use in your function. Whenever possible, use Lambda layer. Use Lambda layer. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Python. Let's take Python packages, for example. If you put package, of course, many of the things you use in your Lambda function, they are not part of the standard libraries. And you have to use third-party libraries, and then you have to package it onto your folder and put it. You have to package it onto your folder and put it there. But you don't have to do that, right? If it is eating up the volume, like the size of your folder, you can reduce it by using Lambda layer, especially if you use that library over and over again in several other functions. So best practice, do that. And finally, right size your function. At this point, I wish there is a tip I can give you for right sizing your function that will work instantly, but there is none. When it comes to right sizing your function, you have to do trial and error, right? You check, you put it, because if you give, you can't allocate CPU to Lambda. You can only allocate memory. But it's linear. The more memory you allocate, the more CPU Lambda gives you. But increasing memory doesn't always mean that it's higher cost, because sometimes allocating more memory will speed up your function, which will in turn reduces your execution time and then saves you money. So if you are really into right sizing, I think this applies to people that use it for data engineering jobs, right? Because it kind of run some even run up to 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they want to right size, right? It doesn't really apply to people that build web apps, in my experience though. So, and use IAC. If you're a developer, consider using infrastructure as code. It's fun actually. Security best practices. Security should be always top of mind in serverless application. And why is that? Simply because your whether your application is small or it is big or it doesn't matter, people will try to get into your application. It's not about our business is small now. It's not who is going to hack us. People are using anything to try their skills. People will try to get into your application. So be mindful when it comes to security. Right? When it comes to security, it's also important that what used to be one single function call, is just one single function call to the traditional code that we have. Now it is an event that is submitted, queued, handled by different services. There is the need to ensure that security of all these microservices that are working together is there. And where do you start? You've been hearing it before, you've been hearing it all the least privilege. All the services, least privilege, not just Lambda, least privilege. IAM rules where possible, least privilege. Yes, thank you, Joseph. I'm still on, oh yeah, I'm on, one moment. I'm on security best practices now. I am not in charge of that. Thank you. So least privilege. Put it in your mind, least privilege. It has to be. Don't rush and you will rush and do things in development, but once you want to go to prod, least privilege. Go and clean up everything. All the things that you have coded, clean it up. Okay. That is that. Sensitive, secret, and sensitive. Any sensitive information, don't put it in there. You can take a trip to GitHub right now and search for API_key and see how much repo comes up with API keys being coded into the code. Okay, let's do better in that. So the best practices. Public access to your S3 should always be on. Block public access is a feature. It should always be on, because I have never seen any justified public access turning off. Not one. I've never seen anyone being turned off. So please, public access, there is bucket policy, there is IAM rules too. In fact, there is cross-origin something, there is that. Because the last one I did was somebody turning on block public access and he just wants to have access from his own local host to test things out. And of course, we were able to achieve that. So let's be mindful of that. So in light of knowing the attacker will try you, they will try you. So use API gateway and set up appropriate rate and throttling limits. So and encrypt your data. That is always done for you on DynamoDB. On S3, unless you toggle it off. On S3 and DynamoDB is very easy. Just turn it on. Encrypt your data at rest. Best practices. Cost management. Next slide. So we are going on cost management. Oh, for static web hosting, you have no issue. That is just a website. So if you want to use web app, if you want to do website, CloudFront Route 53 and S3 is okay for you. I think you are good to go with website on that. Static website. CloudFront, S3, Route 53 is good. But if you are building a web app that has a backend, they are talking together, then you have to put, then you need Lambda function if it is serverless, of course. Cost management, cost always comes to people when it comes to these things. It is always how much are we spending? How much are we spending? So yes, cost management, optimize your Lambda. I've talked about that. So to do the optimization, you can go to Cost Explorer and Compute Analyzer. I used to think of Compute Analyzer as intelligent sharing for S3. The same way we have intelligent sharing for S3, I'm glad we have Compute Analyzer to see, okay, where can we cut cost when it comes to compute? Because it's not like storage that you just move the data from one place to another. This is code. It will not work in environments that is not meant for. Okay, so use Compute Analyzer and optimize. Optimize if you have the kind of workload. Keep an eye on API gateway. I mentioned that. Set up throttling, quotas, and limit how many API requests is processed. Okay, thank you. And how many API is processed at a certain period. They will test you. Hackers will test you. Young hackers that are just learning, they will test anything testable. So it's not about we don't have anything on our. What do we have? We don't even have user data yet. Do the needful. These are best practices for a reason. Next slide. So going to observability. You see everything I've said before. It is almost impossible to implement them without monitoring. It is almost impossible to implement them without monitoring. Monitoring is crucial when it comes to keeping your serverless application performant and healthy, right? First of all, CloudWatch will allow you to monitor anything on Lambda. Monitor anything that you need to. Log the things in your code. Log the things that you need to log in your code. You will see it on CloudWatch. Log anything you want to, or you see it on CloudWatch. And you can set alarm off that. Alarms. Set up dashboard if you need to. So, and it also makes debugging quick. When you are debugging and you have not logged, you start logging. You start logging all your code. Excuse me. You start doing that, but you don't have to do that all the time when you have to debug. Okay, you can just put things there ready to go, and you can even get alert. You can get alert even before things get so wrong. So whether it is efficient function, tight security, cost optimization, logging, all these things, if you do them, you are already good to go. You have a serverless application that is resilient. You are good to go. You are good to go. So that those are the best practices. Now moving on to the mistakes, the pitfalls, and how to avoid them. The pitfall, I'm going to start with Lambda again. Because serverless can be very good, lots of advantage, but there are a few traps that you can fall into if you are not careful. So let's highlight some of them, starting from Lambda. Ignoring cold start. There is cold start on Lambda because the reason why we're able to pay as we go, that the cold start is the consequence. We are able to pay as we go because your Lambda your instance does not just stay there. Doesn't just stay there all the while. It's once it waits for 15 minutes and there is nothing triggering it anymore, it stops work. It goes back into the pool. And once it goes back and there is another request, that is where cold start starts because they need to initialize an environment for your code and then download your code into it. So code start, which takes between 100 milliseconds to 1 second. Of course, depending on your file size, because now you know that they will download the code into it once the environment gets initialized. So code start happen. Code start happen, and for use cases that the Lambda is not frequently invoked and you need a real-time response, it might cause some noticeable latency. Yes, so I love to say, do not fear code start. You just measure it and decide whether it is acceptable. If it is not, you do what you do. You optimize. You reduce your dependencies. Don't package too much dependencies into one function. Use Lambda layers for that. Use Lambda layer if possible. Reduce your dependency. So, and what if that does not work? What if it doesn't work? I've reduced all the dependency, but yet 200 milliseconds is still too small for me. What am I going to do? Then you get to do provisioned concurrency for critical functions. So most likely, it's not all of the functions that will need to be there waiting for, unless you have SLAs. And most people that have SLAs and compliance things, they hardly use Lambda. So they just use CC2. So unless you have that, I mean, provision concurrency, just pick your critical functions. And provision concurrency is like, I want 50 of my function to be there at all time. And to be there at all time. Code start, gone. Whether I'm getting trigger or not, I want 50. You decide how many. I'm just using 50 as an example. I want 50 to be always there. And that will be done for you. And post start is out of the window. But reducing your dependencies helps a lot. It helps a lot. But somebody said, a friend of mine, before this, I was asking some of my colleagues about what they've noticed that I've not. So somebody said, programming language also helps. That using Java reduces its code start to a very, very minimal millisecond. So you might want to try that out. I have tried it out, but I have not been able to make a confirmation until now, up until I joined the. But if I do make a confirmation, I'll post it on my LinkedIn because I have like all the 5 programming languages set up, and I was going to test it. So if I've done, I'll post it on my LinkedIn. So that is for Lambda. Now, poor monitoring. You know, I said there's nothing we can do. Most of the things that we are saying we can do is because we have monitoring. So, and the number 2 pitfall is poor monitoring. Without proper monitoring, it's difficult to actually understand how your application is performing. The reason we are still getting AppSec wrong, application security wrong, is majorly because many developers rely too heavily on basic logs. This may give you, it definitely won't give you full picture of when things go wrong. So we are not taking full advantage of CloudWatch. I mean, I'm repeating it. We are not taking full advantage of CloudWatch. I'm not even going to go into X-Ray, which is a bit expensive, but maybe if you need it. But when I see people want to go into X-Ray direct, are you taking full advantage of CloudWatch? It makes troubleshooting way more easier. Don't just print out basic log. Use contextual information that is particular to that invocation. The log things like the request ID, user ID, even the payload details, log it. You can use this to set up a detailed CloudWatch logs. Create alarms and alerts as you wish, based on your latency. So it will help you zero in issues more quickly. And don't over provision timeout. This is for people that deploy IAC because they are using one template to deploy all the lambdas. And all the lambdas after 10 seconds, timeout. A function that will run in less than 1 second has a 10-second timeout. If it was running for 5 seconds, you won't know that something is going wrong. If it was running for 5 seconds, you won't know something was going wrong. Because you have over provision timeout, that should have thrown an error. I mean, any function that's supposed to run for less than 1 second should not get more than 3 seconds timeout. It's running more than it should, error. Also, this is a thinking flaw. It's a thinking flaw, right? Many people used to think it's a managed service now, but what do we need to do? Everything has been done for us. It's a thinking flaw. Of course, many things have been abstracted away from you, but it does not translate to all-round security. All the cloud services, they have shared responsibility model. All the cloud services. What falls on your plate when it comes to serverless might be very small, but it's still very much important to secure. So it's just a thinking flaw, as I see it. It's not it, and when you have a thinking flaw, it affects every other thing that you do when you are building a serverless application. I'm just going to reiterate one more thing. Don't forget least privilege. I don't want to be repeating myself, so it's a best practice and it's also a mistake. Don't forget least privilege. Rotate your keys. If you have keys, rotate them. If you are using keys, rotate them. You don't have to handle it manually unless you have compliance issue that says the keys that you are using for user acquisition should be managed by you, rotate by you, something like that. AWS, let it rotate for you. If you don't have compliance issue, okay, if you don't have SLAs that you have to, that is mostly compliance, right? It's not SLA. So rotate your keys. It's all there. You just have to set it up, honestly. Rotate it, API keys, credentials, rotate them. Don't add code them and rotate them. And as we are coming in, we are back to S3. Cyclic invocation, avoid it. Cyclic invocation, it's a mistake when you have your Lambda function being triggered by an S3, right? The S3 triggers a Lambda function. The Lambda function works on the file, and your Lambda function puts it back inside the S3 that triggered it. What do you think will happen? You have a cyclic invocation. So use different buckets. Use different buckets if you can. If you have to use one bucket, then the event that will trigger your Lambda function, make sure you have a prefix for it, okay? And say, okay, if it is prefixed by this particular word, that is when it should trigger the Lambda function. And then you set up your Lambda function in a way that it saves it into that S3 prefixed by another word, so that you don't have cyclic invocation. Another issue I see here, I usually see, is the inefficient data modeling. So I'm going to say this 3 times like we used to watch in the movies. DynamoDB is not a traditional, it's not a relational database. DynamoDB is not a relational database. DynamoDB is not a relational database. Because the problem we have with DynamoDB and NoSQL in general, actually, is that it's difficult for us to stop thinking relationally. I know it's hard. It's hard. It's what we are used to. It's difficult. In fact, the terminologies in two databases, type of databases, is not the same. Table is not quite the same as table in relational model. Primary keys, oh my God, they are so different. Primary keys, they don't translate to the same thing when it comes to NoSQL and SQL. And there are no joins. There are no joins. There are no joins when it comes to DynamoDB. If you manage to keep all these things true when you are interacting with DynamoDB, if you manage to keep them true, you will get the best performance out of Dynamo, the best performance, that's single digit millisecond. In fact, many of the calls Lambda makes to DynamoDB, I don't know. I'm like, is it really part of this? Is it really part of the milliseconds that the code? I mean, you see the execution time. It's not as if we actually call something from a table, but it's there. So get all of those things, at least pause them for a minute. I know we are within relationally, and talk to the DynamoDB, move up to the DynamoDB level and deal with it. Deal with it like what it is, a NoSQL. How do you do this? You see, so you design your schema based on access patterns. Access pattern, not data relationship. Access pattern. What my help you is go to Figma or whatever you use to design your web app. Go there, go through each screen one by one. Each screen one by one. List out what you will need, the kind of information each screen would need. Then you have your access pattern. Then design your table based on that. That's the best tip. Design your table based on that. And then you get the best thing out of DynamoDB. But still, what if your application does not really translate? DynamoDB is not a good fit. That is nothing that does not happen, right? It does happen. Then switch to Aurora. There's Aurora database for MySQL, Postgres, but then it's the cost, because it might be spending like more than $43 on Aurora per month, while on DynamoDB you might just be spending less than $3. So there's a huge gap. But then if you have to, just the Aurora does not scale back to zero anymore, which is why the money has to be that high. It doesn't scale back to zero. You still have to provision 0.5 ACUs, I think. And the last mistake that I've seen is ignoring limits. Ignoring limits. Even though I've told you to log everything, CloudWatch puts log event is still 1 megabyte. It shouldn't be more than that. So let's keep that in mind. It has only happened to me once, and I was debugging. I'm sure you won't get up to 1 megabyte when it comes to login. Lambda only runs for 15 minutes. I think we all know that. API gateway payload size is 10 megabytes. So if you are building an application and say people should send their photo through API gateway and they are sending 15, you can see that some people are saying if you're on one website, they'll say your picture should not be more than 5 megabytes. If you are trying to capture your face, I think I've seen that quite a bit. 10 megabytes and 6 megabytes for REST APIs. So if you are using a service for the first time, I suggest you go to the AWS docs of the service, and then you check the quotas. If there is anything at all that is in a way of your workload, you try to optimize it or try to ditch the service all along. Honestly, not all.
So apologies to interrupt, Madam Tosi. So we're running up to the ending of the stuff now. So
okay, yeah, yes, that's the last one.
Thank you.
How many minutes did I have? That's all.
So it's 40 already, but I think that we could take like about 2 or so more minutes. We can take that from the question and answers time. That's fine.
I have 2 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. The bonus part, that's the last slide, please. So this is a bonus. It's more like, it's not a mistake. It's just that we overlook it. It's a bonus. Use API to implement validation. Use API gateway to implement validation. You don't have to validate all these things on your Lambda function. Validate it on API gateway. Validate them on. It has a lot of validation. You can validate required parameters. You can validate just about anything. You can even validate with IAM rules. You can validate with Cognito. Even if you have one Lambda that is doing the validator, you can use Lambda authorizer to validate. So that is a use. Anything that does not have to touch your Lambda, validate it on API gateway, and use reactive services. Use event-driven services as much as you like. Use SQS to decouple your services. and SNS for notification, event bridge to schedule stuff. And thank you very much for having me. That would be it. I really appreciate being given this platform.
Thank you so much, Tosin. All right, I believe that we still have quite a number of people listening to us. So if you know that you enjoyed from this session, please let's just celebrate Madam Tosin. Let's celebrate her in the comment section. Let's celebrate her. All right, so I'm just seeing a response from one person. Other persons, where are you? I hope you've not gone to sleep or gone to eat. So let's celebrate Madam Tosin. All right, I really love how that you did justice to this particular topic. You really expounded on serverless. You did not just say what serverless is, but you also talked about the best practices. And it's something that I really loved. And personally, I learned a lot from your session. So while we wait for questions from the audience, I would just love to ask a question. For those who, okay, I'll try to be fair to the audience. Maybe for people who don't know about serverless and they are looking to learning about serverless, practicing, working on projects around that area, would you say that there are maybe skills or certain AWS services they should have a good grasp of before moving into Lambda or serverless to work on projects? Is that something they should have? Should they know how to code, or should they be back end developers or front end? What are the necessary skills that would position one better to begin learning about serverless and working on projects in that regard?
I'd say you really know how to. Am I muted? You should actually know how to code, because when we are saying building, that most likely involve coding. So when we should know how to code, and the beauty is it's serverless. There are a lot of things that already abstracted away from you. You don't have to know this and that, because you get to focus on your code. So if you're a front end engineer, S3, get a React app on S3 and use CloudFront, and use, if you don't have a backend person, and use CloudFront. If you're a front end engineer, use Amplify. Use Amplify to build your stuff. You don't need a backend engineer, so to speak, when you want to build. Backend, use Lambda, of course, and DynamoDB.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Tosin. All right. So, one more question: what are the programming languages one could learn? Let's say they're not into front end yet, or they're not into back end. Is there a particular programming language they could start learning? I think you mentioned along the course of your teaching, you mentioned Python. So, is there a particular one they can start out with, or what can they do?
When it comes to, I think my opinion on learning programming language is a bit dated. Please, Tosi is fine. So
Okay, it's fine.
it's a bit dated, because I'd say start with C. Dated, I said. Start with C, maybe C sharp, or C. They are hard, right? They are hard, but they let you enjoy the what interpreted languages brings to us. Okay, they let you enjoy those. Once you start, if you start with Python, Python is so hard. But if you start with C and you get to Python, someone is saying Python is so hard, they play something like that.
All right. Thank you so much, Tosin. Okay, so we have a question from Joseph. And Joseph is saying, what are the AWS security management knowledge or skills needed to fill the role of a DevSecOps?
Security management skills. There is a lot of them. Just security is divided into pieces. There's data security, so there is infrastructure security, so AWS security management. Actually, all of those, almost all the services have their security aspects. But I'll start with security of WAF, how to configure WAF, how to set it up to protect what is supposed to protect, guard duty, how to do that. And there are other outside, maybe one thing on the marketplace, one thing on the marketplace that handles security, and you're fine. Security of guard duty, WAF, inspector, know how to set all those things up, and then the so sad the code commit is going. The developer tools, and how the developer tools interact with all those things.
All right. Thank you so much, Tosin. So, Joseph, I hope that you actually got that correctly. Okay, so because of time, I would have asked more questions, but because of time, we would have to end this session here so that we can move on to the next session, which is going to be the quiz session. So, thank you so much, Tosin, for handling this session beautifully. You did really amazing, and I'm sure that everyone on this call has learned so much as well. Thank you so much, Tosin.
Thanks.
All
Thank you.
right.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you. So for the next session, my co-host Damilari is going to be anchoring the quiz session again. So if you know you've not won any voucher yet, this is another opportunity for you to win an AWS credit voucher. So pay attention and good luck. All right.
Thank you, Han. And I can see that some people are happy already. Yes, it's another time for freebies, It's another time for free AWS credit. So if you are ready, I am ready. So we are going into the next quiz session. So I'm going to be, the moment you can see it, just let me know that you can see it. Then you join the link that will be displayed. All right, so you can start joining through the link. Now you have the link. All right, I can see we have 4 players. We have 7. All right, so let's wait for others. Let's wait. We have 16, sorry, we have 11, we have 12, we have 13. Okay, now we can start. So are you all ready? Okay, so we start the quiz now. All right, so let's see what is the right answer. The right answer. Seriously? Are you saying nobody got it right? Oh, that's good. Okay, so now let's see. Of course, the ladder board, everybody should be at 0. Thank you all. So now we are moving to the next piece. Okay, I think this session is going to be a little bit tough since nobody got the first question right. Wow. So we're moving to the next one. So let's see what the right answer is. All right, it seems everyone got this. Almost everyone got this. So now we move to the next question. But let's see the leaderboard. Okay, so who is leading? Okay, we have Sam at the top, followed by Taufik Agbola, then followed by Andy. So let's move to the next question and let's see who is going to be our lucky winner for this quiz. So, you ready? Time up. So what is the answer? And let's see how many people got it correct. So the answer is option A, and we have 15 people that got that correctly. And we have, over 10 other people that actually chose the wrong answers. So now let's see who is actually the winner of this quiz. I guess you all are ready. Are you all ready? All right, let's see. All right, we have a winner already. So Sam's win with a total of 193 points. Yes, well done, Sam. Congratulations to you. Now we move to the next session of the program. There's a whole lot. So we're moving straight to our next speaker. Our next speaker is ready for us and is going to be taking us on a very important quiz. And this is going to be the last session for today. Don't forget, this program continues tomorrow live at the venue. So tomorrow's program is not going to be virtual. It's going to be live at the venue. So today, this is the last session. And the person to take this session is Chisom Jude. So he's going to be treating on leveraging AWS Local Zone for low latency and resilience application. So before we introduce Jude, let's go to our sponsor advert again. So we are going to be going into the sponsor video, and after which we will have Jude on the floor. So
you're on a mission.
I believe you all are ready.
A mission to disrupt, to innovate, to make a lasting impact. You've got the brains, the passion, and the vision. But DevOps and its intricacies keep holding you back. The cloud is supposed to make things simpler. But for every app, service, or innovative idea, you're lost in configurations, deployments, and monitoring nightmares. If you're an early stage startup without cloud expertise, you feel like you need a PhD in cloudology. And if you're an enterprise with a DevOps team, the deluge of tasks and endless notifications are killing productivity. This is where PipeOps comes in. It's not just a tool, it's your DevOps co-pilot. For the startup founders and software engineers, imagine pushing code without ever having to worry about server setup or deployment again. PipeOps automates all that, so you can go from code to cloud in a snap. For enterprises, what if your DevOps could focus on mission-critical tasks instead of being bottlenecked by routine operations? PipeOps scales with you, allowing each team member to work and collaborate seamlessly. Imagine a dashboard where every metric, every alert, and every resource is just a click away. A world where breaking things is okay, because you discover the bugs before they make it to production. With PipeOps, you're not just moving fast, you're moving smart while saving cash. Embrace automation and find out how PipeOps can help you today.
All right, so welcome back. So now we are going to be having Chisom take the floor. So before we hand over the session to Chisom, let me just show you a few things about her. So she's a seasoned DevOps engineer and site relational engineer, currently with InterSwitch Group, that's African leading payment solution provider. So you're going to learn a whole lot from Chisom Jude. Chisom, are you here? All right, Chisom, good evening. If you can hear me, good evening. I guess you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you, Chisom. I can hear you now, loud and clear. Thank you. So I believe you are ready for us.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chisom, welcome. We are ready for you too. So it's your floor, please take over.
Okay, great. Just a minute to get my slide on the screen. Okay, my slide is uploading. Welcome, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you today. Let me know when you can see my slide. On my end, it's screen processing. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my slide?
Not yet. Okay, now we can see your slide.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining today. I'll proceed with the section. So today, lastly, we'll be looking at some local zones and how this can apply for you to build resilient applications.
Apologies to interrupt, Madam Chizam. Sorry, your mic sounds a bit far. I'm not sure if you can move it closer to your mouth. Sounded like maybe something is covering it. So if you can move your mic a bit
I
closer.
actually disconnected this, but let me try to disconnect it again. I was on this one earlier and you couldn't hear me. Can you still hear me? Is it much better?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. It just sounds a bit far, but I think we can still catch what you're saying. So please go ahead.
Okay, I can adjust this. Is it better?
Yeah, that's better. That's way much better.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so like I said, we'll be looking at local zones and how you could use this to build applications, especially compute-related application. So I just have like a little warm-up for us, and I want to know what happens or what comes to our mind when we hear local zone. So I have a little is a word cloud. So I want us to just do this little practice. Go to bit.ly/AWS in small letter, then capital letter LZ, and type just one word, or if it's a 2-syllable word, you can put a hyphen. What comes to your mind when you hear local zone? I'll be waiting. So let's drop that in a minute, and we'll proceed. I'll be looking at the other side of it. So just go to bit.ly/AWS/AWS in capital letter. Let's see, what comes to your mind when you hear about local zones? Local zone, is there any particular phrase or any particular keyword that comes to your mind? You can drop that on the word cloud for me. Are we on it? So we have just 1 minute to go, and we'll proceed. So just drop whatever you think comes to your mind when you hear about local zone. I can see just few persons. Any other person? Okay. Okay. Yeah, just 2 votes. Okay, great. So what I saw here is data center and millisecond latency. So more people saying data center. Great. Okay, we'll make deal with that, but you can still drop more as we're going through the section. If it comes to your mind or you think you understand or have one keyword for local zone, just drop that on the word cloud. Thank you. So we will proceed to look into local zone in details. And before that, I just want to do an overview of what local zone is actually, or the norm, before we start talking about local zones. So for me, I believe before AWS brought in this particular local zone to Nigeria, when we want to consider options that help application to be more resilient, we look at things like a closer region. Yeah, I've been in few occasions where I had to choose between South Africa or US, or you say, okay, let me put this app in Canada, or you're just thinking of what works best, what's the norm, right? So in this case, most people would want to choose a closer region to ensure that their app is actually very fast. And everybody's favorite, CloudFront. So CloudFront works best for static apps. When you talk about just a static website, you want to upload video content, file content, more of the CDN part of things, content delivery part of things. So CloudFront tends to be like everybody's favorite. The next thing you would hear, like I was even expecting people to type CloudFront. So when you hear about resilient apps, or how best can this app be faster, or how best can this app be efficient, most people will tell you use use CloudFront, pass it through edge locations, and that's everybody's favorite. So there's also another one which most people look at is the Global Accelerator. So Global Accelerator works more in the network side of things. So instead of passing your through the user's network, you tend to go through the AWS global network. So that's why I just have here a few definitions that puts light to this. So for CloudFront, you tend to use the CDN to catch some specific content. So you may want to move your images on the CDN part of things so that your application loads faster without, I believe you've seen some websites whereby the site is loaded, but the image, maybe the first image, is still taking time to load, and you're seeing, you can see the frame where the image should be, but the image is not there, and you have to like wait for a few seconds. Sometimes it could be faster, sometimes it could be even milliseconds, but you would catch that phase where the image is still trying to load. So this is kind of thing that CloudFront helps you with. And CloudFront is not specific to dynamic content, so it has to do with static content. So that is why in the case of local zone, there is still an option that CloudFront cannot certify, so we had to still talk about local zones to you. Now, going to Global Accelerator, the Global Accelerator part of things is more like you passing through a AWS global network to serve your user better, and this still offers you resilient apps, but in this case, we are considering where you would need to be more at home with your apps and the other options that we're going to discuss here in details. So the last one is, I already talked about it, where you're trying to choose regions that are closer to you so you don't have to do so much of data transfer. So this has been like the norm for areas that don't have local zone in place. They tend to go for other options. So now let's now talk about what should come to our mind after this section when we hear about local zones. So first, for me, I like to define local zone as an extension of AWS region. So that region that you already know is in Canada, I want to extend it, not just Canada globally, but somewhere very close to you in Canada. So in this case, we're talking about in Nigeria. So there is an AWS region in South Africa, but South Africa is still like a very far part for us, and we want to bring it down here to Nigeria. So it's more like an extension of AWS region to become closer to you in your geographical area. So bringing it closer to you, that is how local zone would serve you. Another thing that should come to your mind when you hear local zone is there a need for this application to be right here in this place? So this is an option where people would go for on-prem, having maybe you have compliance and regulatory instructions to adhere to, government policies, especially when it comes to some kind of application, maybe financial apps or any other kind of app that demands from the regulatory bodies that you have to keep it in-house in the country. You cannot move a country's population data to somewhere else. It's always better to have it in-house. So if you find yourself building an application that has some regulatory demands, local zones should be the next thing on your mind. So another thing that would bring local zones to your mind is data transfer. So data transfer has been this, though it's a big issue when you're on the management side of things and you're considering costs, but for the user, because cloud has made it like a milliseconds kind of transaction, you may not really know that you're paying so much for your user to fetch your data stored in Canada down to you, or to fetch your data stored in US down to you here in Nigeria. So because of that, for the user side of things, you may not really catch that, but there is a data transfer cost going on when you have your application somewhere very far from you. Let's say you're a company here in Nigeria, or you work for a company here in Nigeria, and you're building an app, and as a cloud engineer, you're asked to make suggestions. Okay, where is the best place to have this app? And you say, let's use EastUS1, which is everybody's favorite, and then you go ahead and you select EastUS1. What this means is this application is sitting on that data center in EastUS1. So when a user tries to call, maybe even something as simple as login, because you have your application, the database itself sitting in EastUS1, there is a data transfer, though this can occur in milliseconds, but there is a data transfer from your database, from your data center to you, the end user. So in this case, you'll pay more for this, and there could be some latency part of it, because if this can happen in 60 seconds or in 30 seconds, if you have it in a local zone, then you should be sure to have this in less than 10 seconds. I'm talking about milliseconds or even seconds, but milliseconds is what basically works for application. So from data transfer, we're moving back to performance. Now, you can't compare an application you're trying to fetch, especially when this application has a lot of real-time processing. Maybe you're trying to stream a data from the application, or you're trying to do some real-time processing from the application, and your data center is very far away from your end user. They're sure to be like a very high latency. So with data zones, when you hear about data zone, you should be considering performance as well, which is the main reason we're here today. Yeah, so data zones kind of bring you a data center at home that you can house your application. Yeah, let's move on to the next. So as much as data center is here with us in Lagos State, Nigeria, there are still some things to consider, which I would say, is this available across all AWS services? Is this available across everything you want to do? So I listed some of the services, and these are just some. It's a way lot more where you can actually use local zone. So let me use EC2 for instance. Even with EC2, there are still some things you can do within a local zone. Let me say, for instance, you're trying to set up EC2. And you're trying to select a particular VM size. So by VM, I mean the EC2 compute virtual machine thing. You're trying to select the size. Is it going to be a T2 micro? Is it going to be a T2 medium? For our Lagos State, the Lagos data center, the Lagos local zone, I don't think you have that option. So there are still some few limitations within these apps that are supported. So for EC2, there is a full-time support for local zone, but you'll still see some features, such even things like your AMI image, which is the image for your EC2 instance. You would also find out that some may not be available. So it's good to like check all of this so that you don't have issues with creating application within a local zone. And if this doesn't fit the kind of app you're building, you may also want to consider other options. But be rest assured that there are support for EC2 and other EC2 related instances. And currently there are unsupported services, which I listed some of them, the S3 targets and some containerized services. S3 Route 53 is like a global service, so you don't really need it to be in a local zone. We also have under containers, the ECS. So if you're going with targets, you won't be able to use it within a local zone because it's serverless. But if you are going with the compute launch of it, you'll be able to use local zone. So there are supports for databases as well, especially the ones that sit on compute. So these are like a few of the services, but we can actually research for more. There are still more to this, but these are the few I had to highlight for us when using local zones. Okay, so let's even talk about this local zone and how can we enable it. I did a screenshot, but we're still going to look at the practical side of things. We're going to do a demo if time permits. So the first thing you want to do when considering local zone is to go to the region that zone exists. So for the local zone in Africa, which is the one in Lagos, the region where this exists is in the South African region. So you have to go on the region part, the top right of your AWS Management Console, and specifically select the Africa Cape Town region. So that is where you can find the South Africa region. Then when you're under this region, you can now go to enable local zone, and it's quite simple. You can either search for local zones from your dashboard, which is the AWS Management Console. You can search for local zone, or you go through EC2 settings and it brings you to this page you can see on my screenshot. So when you come to this part, you'll be able to see the local zones available. So on the screenshot, you will see there is a drop down here. From the drop down, you'd select local zone. So if there is a local zone available in that region you are on, you'll see the list of all the local zones. So for South Africa, one of the local zones, it has only one local zone, which is the one in Lagos, Nigeria. And to enable it, from my screen, you saw that I already enabled mine. So to enable it, you just have to go to the action bar and enable it. That will take a few minutes, and I had to enable it ahead of time so we don't spend so much time on the demo. Okay. So when you are done enabling it, the next thing you want to do is to create a VPC. So normally, the local zone sits on a region. It's an extension of a region. So this region, we've extended it from South Africa down to Nigeria, and we have this data center. Now, for you to create apps within these local zones, you have to have a VPC and a subnet that is pointing to that local zone you're trying to use. So in this case, I already created a VPC on the same region. Mind you, services are also region specific. So if I move to another region, I may not be able to see, or I will not be able to see the VPC I created at the subnet that is pointing to the Lagos State data center, or like I would like to call it local zone. So when you create a VPC, you go into subnet, you create a subnet. So under the subnet settings, as you can see, you drop down, it will give you the list of other available availability zone you could choose from. From there, you would now see the local zone that you've enabled. So this would appear here, the one on the red line is appearing here because I have already enabled this. So if you don't enable it, when you come here, you will not see it. So it's important that you do the first step, which is to enable it before you come to the subnet setting. So once you have your subnets, once you select this and you create a subnet, this subnet is what you would then use to create the services. So I'm using EC2 for instance, but even if you're creating something like EBS, which is a volume, you can still be able to put it within that subnet. So it's more like you're tying it within the subnet that identifies the local zone it should belong. So the subnet is what will now point it, okay, this service is supposed to sit in this local zone. So always ensure that when you're now creating, you already have the subnet created. So when you're creating other services, you should be able to now select this under your network. So the screenshot here is showing you that of EC2. I'm trying to create EC2. You can see on my left panel, other summary. I've selected the VM size I want and all of that. So this is under network setting. You click on edit, select the VPC that you created a subnet for. You could have more than one VPC already, But the specific VPC where you created a subnet for Lagos State LZ, sorry, that is the one you should select when creating your service now. So for this EC2 I'm trying to create here, I already selected that same subnet, and yeah, by the time your EC2 is up, you will realize that both the IP address will be pointing to Nigeria. You can do that search over the internet, and you will see that the EC2 is sitting in Nigeria. So let's now go into building resilient apps with local zone. So what I listed here are more like considerations. What will you be considering? Yes, I pointed out a few before now. So you shouldn't build. Okay, I actually kept this to come in one after the other, but I saw that those animations are not in place, but it's fine. So I wanted to even start with the cost aspect of things. So most time when a new feature is out or there are new options to explore, we just jump into it. But I would want to point out that creating an application in a local zone actually attracts some costs. So you should want to really consider if this app demands to be created in this local zone. You don't just create, maybe you have a static website and you want it to be fast. That is what CloudFront is there for. So you shouldn't put in a very light thing in a local zone just to, unless you're doing a testing, which is fine. Yeah, you can do a test and clear that. But if you're actually building an app and you want it to be resilient, there are things to really sit down and consider, like put 2 and 2 together and know what works for your app. So if it's not a critical case where your workload really demands to be on a local zone, then you shouldn't be considering local zones for that app. Also, you can also check the legal and regulatory obligations. Does this app has any restriction? Because AWS is rich on services. There are thousands of services you can explore and still gain the same outcome. So the consideration for local zone should actually be done. So it shouldn't be something you jump on just because it's out there. Yeah, there's a data center in Lagos. It helps you build your app and users are really able to fetch app faster, but you also need to do all the checks necessary. You need to really consider reasons why you want to use the local zone, and be sure it's worth it, especially in a production scenario. So like I said before, now you don't want to put something that should be on CloudFront on a local zone, and you don't want to put something that really demands to be on a local zone on CloudFront. So they do two different things. Like on the previous slides, you would see that CloudFront is very like your best option for static applications. But when you're talking of local zones, you should be making this consideration. So the cost consideration is also there to check. So a previous speaker, I can't remember the name, talked about you checking your cost and speed. Which one is more important to you? So that consideration is really a big topic in the management part of things. So you want to know, okay, you want to find a balance. This app demands to be in Nigeria here, and I don't want it on-prem. And I also want user to have a very seamless experience using the app. Then local zone is your best option. Also, even if there are no legal obligations to it, but you also want to explore that option where your users have this easy flow, low latency, speed, performance, everything checked, and your app can afford the cost. So I don't know what the cost is, but I want you to know that it's quite cheaper option when you're also considering data transfer costs as well. So I mentioned things around data transfer before now. So the cost for you putting an app in local zone and the cost for you fetching it from somewhere as far as the US down to Nigeria, you have to consider which one is a balance for the app. So in a case where cost is a concern, these are things you should really look into. Then another thing is compliance and internal usage. So if this is an app that really needs to be seated in here, then you have an option. Before now, there were no options, and people could go out there to possibly do on-prem, create their own server, host it within the company, or go to house a whole data center and all of that. So AWS is bringing home a data center that we could work with, instead of having to go all of that and spend so much money just to comply to regulatory bodies. So this is also a quick consideration to do. Now, another one I want to look at, so I'm going from the bottom upwards, so it's the high availability. So does this app really, really, really need to be available? So there are apps that really depends on this. Let me use, for instance, a payment solution. If I'm trying to click pay and you're wasting my time and your app is taking 30 minutes or 1 hour to load, honestly, I'm going to look for the next option. And what does that tell? That means the company is losing money. So you, as a cloud developer, you want to really consider high availability. You want to really consider high availability, because in as much as this does not reflect to your work, but it reflects to the results your work is bringing in. So if you're managing an application in the DevOps side of things or the SRE side of things, and the application is very slow and customers are always complaining, the experience is very poor, trust me, having this app seated where you can have it readily available is your best option. So another consideration is that you can also leverage on this to create redundancy. So redundancy in terms of application side of things is you having multiple options. Instead of having one single point of failure, okay, this app is sitting in the US, maybe because my users are in the market for the app, or the audience for the app is in the US. Now, you can also leverage on local zone to have your redundancy at home here, more like a backup plan. So you could have that here. So in terms of availability zones where you have to choose maybe South Africa one, this and that, you can also leverage on using that one at home, so that you know that when this region is failing, at least you have a redundancy somewhere. You could fail over to another instance of your app. So local zone is also there to help in cases like that, where you want to have multiple points of failures or multiple availability or redundancy for your application. So this is also a very good consideration to make. Yeah, so coming to the last part of things, where are your users? So I've gotten this question where you're in Nigeria, your users are in Nigeria, and your app is in the US. Like, I don't think it makes sense, right? Unless that is the only option you have. Or if your audience, so when I mean audience, I mean end users, right? People who will be using this app. There are companies that actually build applications for other people or for users in other countries. So in cases like you are as a remote worker, maybe you're working for a company out there in the US or any other part of the world, or even the company could be here in Nigeria, but they have their end users outside Nigeria, then using the Nigeria local zone will not make sense. So I'm kind of bringing all this so you know where this really helps. So you should be considering where your users are, not where you, the cloud engineer or the software engineer or the DevOps engineer is, but we're the end user. So you want to bring your app closer to your end user. And what this does is it helps to give you the optimum speed, latency you require, real-time processing. So things are going faster as expected. But when you have your app sitting somewhere far, what you're doing is you're spending more money on data transfer instead. Because for cloud will always ensure that you have this at least at optimum speed, but you're paying for it directly or indirectly, you're paying for that. So you could also consider bringing your app to your end users. So where maybe regulatory is not the problem, cost is not the problem, it's not a case of redundancy, you can also consider bringing your app to your user. Okay. So let's go right into the demo part of this. I want us to have like a practical view of what this is for some of us that are new into this, or even if you're not new into cloud, but you've not had the opportunity to see where or how this works. I just want us to do a quick demo. Hope I'm still in time. Is it the screen share? Oh. How do I stop presenting from here? Okay.
So I'm guessing you can probably share your whole screen instead of the slide.
Okay. Is the slide still up? I think I brought down that.
Yeah, so it's still there, but it's in the backstage.
Okay, you're trying to do something? Is this something?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen again. Okay, let me share entire screen. 1 minute.
Is it the
Okay, let
same
me know
slide
when
you
you
are
can
trying to share
see.
again?
No. I'm trying to share my entire screen. Can you see my screen?
Not
Let
yet.
me know if you can see.
Not yet, but what we'll do is that let's remove.
Not yet. Are you trying to share your slide or your screen?
My screen.
All right.
Okay, so your
It's
screen.
not
So what you
coming
probably
up
want to do
yet.
is you want to go to present again, and then you want to go to share screen. So if you click on present, so instead of share slides,
So I get a notification that said I should have at least 2 monitors, which I'm not in a place where I have 2
I see.
monitors. So
okay.
I'm trying to share again, but I don't know if it's coming up.
Okay, yeah, I think it's coming up now. So, but I'll bring it up now. Yeah, okay.
It's up?
Yeah, it's up now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I believe you can see my screen AWS console, right? The
Yes.
AWS management console, is that what you can see on your end?
Yes, we can see that. Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm already on the Cape Town region. So this is what I mean by you ensuring that you are on the right region. So there is a region called Africa Cape Town, and the naming convention here is AF South 1. So you have to be on this region to be able to find the local zone. So when you go to, you can actually do a search and say local zone, and you see local zones here. You click on it, it takes you to the page where I'm already on. So this is where it should bring you to. Another way to come here, you can see this is on EC2 settings. So you can come to your EC2 dashboard and just scroll down to the settings part of things. And when you come here, it's going to show you all zones this way. So by default, there are some zones that are already enabled. So because we are in the South Africa region, all the South Africa zones are enabled by default. You can see that. So the last one here, which is the local zone, you just have to filter out. If you don't want that distraction, you can filter out to just local zones, and it brings you to local zone. So if this is not enabled by default, you wouldn't find this enabled by default. So you have to do the enabling yourself. You have to check on it and go to action and manage zone, then enable it. So I already enabled this myself. So once you're able to enable it and you can see it here that it's available and enabled, then you're fine. You can now proceed to use it. And like I mentioned, for the usage, you have to ensure you have a VPC and a subnet within that local zone. So I already created one VPC, which I called demo VPC. So creating a VPC is one of the simplest things to do in AWS. So you can just come here, VPC only, give it a name. Everything can be default. You can input the CIDR block address you want to use and click on create. So I already created one, which I want to use for this demo. So this is the one I'll be using. And the next thing you want to do is to create subnets. So when you're creating your VPC, you also have the option to create subnet. But if you want to be able to select a particular local zone, you should come here to create it yourself. So I'm going to click on create subnet, and you should choose that VPC you want to create it. So it's something you should take note of, so that when you're trying to use it in other application, you should be able to recognize it. So this is the same page I did a screenshot on. So under the VPC subnet settings, you give it a name. So I'm going to call this demo lag LAG, which is Lagos, or let's say Lagos. So coming to availability zone, it says choose the zone where you want your subnet to reside. So wherever your subnet is residing is the same place where your applications also will reside. So I'm going to select this. This is showing up here because it is enabled on this region. It is enabled on this account as well. So I'm saying the Nigeria Lagos local zone. So when you select this and go on to create, I would create my subnet address, same as the default I have here. Okay, so I'm going to click on create. So this is created for me, the demo Lagos subnet. So I'm going to use this. You can at least pay attention to the naming, because there are some places where you may not see the name here, but you'll be seeing this. So this is AF1 LOSA. And also you can just note the beginning of the ID, which is 06C. So now if I want to use, let me say for instance, I want to create EC2, and I come here to the EC2 dashboard. I go to instances and try to launch a new instance. So when I click on launch a new instance, impute the name of your EC2 instance, select the image you want to use. Also, like I said, you should also pay attention to the image that are available. So if you're looking at, let me say, Ubuntu, for instance, and I want a particular type of Ubuntu, maybe because of compatibility issue or whatever, and you can't find it here, it means it's not yet available. So you actually need to pay attention to that as well. And I mentioned the part where the sizes as well. So because you're in a particular local zone, in particular region, some components may not be available. So it should be something you should be aware of. So I would go ahead to choose my local zone. Just note what we have available here at this time. Let me choose edit this. So coming to the network part, you edit and you select the particular VPC you want and come to the subnet. Okay, we only have one subnet, so by default it's selected this. So this is the demo Lagos subnet that we just created. Now when I go back to my instance type, you know, before now I was seeing a very long list of T2 micro and the T's, but now you can see that my instance type has changed. So it kind of brings me back to what is available on this my local zone. So that is also something to consider. So if this would also work for you, I'll just go with this T3 large. It's a very big one for you CPUs and 16 gig RAM. So selecting key pair and all of that is just the default you do. So I'm not going to create this, but I just want to show us around things. So this is how you can go about creating within that local zone. So by just editing the network setting and making sure that I'm on that subnet, when this EC2 is created, I will have this EC2 sitting on the Lagos data center. So also other options like EBS, which I mentioned, if I'm trying to also create that and I check this part, this is the local zone available. So if I choose this, what this means is that this volume is going to be sitting here in Lagos. So this also applies to other applications that I listed as supported. So all the supported side of things, you would be able to find that local zone, provided that you're on the region where it applies. And if it's a service that requires network, that requires you to use a network, ensure that you are on the subnet where that is selected. So this is just a quick demo showing us things, how to go about it. So when you're creating resources, the fact that you're in South Africa region doesn't mean everything will automatically fall into the local zone. You have to specifically state that I want this to be in Lagos or I want this to be in South Africa. So it's your choice to make. Yeah, that would be all for the demo things. I would go back to my slide. Okay, so I'll stop the screen share and try to share back my slide. I think I'm almost done. So trying to check the time. Okay, let me know when my slide is up. Oh, okay. So the demo is actually the last part of my presentation. So yeah, that is all from the local zone part of things and how you can actually ensure that your apps are on the local zone and the considerations you want to make before putting your app in the local zone in Lagos. So be well assured that there is a local data center close to you here that you can leverage on. Thank you so much, and I'll be open to take questions.
Thank you, Chisom. That was a very beautiful session, and truly, I actually loved it, especially the aspect of the demo where you had to show everyone how you can actually set up the local zone and you can launch your instances from there. That was really beautiful. So please, let's all celebrate Chisom for this wonderful session. Let's appreciate her. I'm sure that you've all learned something. You won't tell me that you've not learned anything at all. You've all learned something. So you can also send in your questions. If you have questions, send them in. This is the time. And understand that this is the last session for today. So if you've been keeping questions, waiting for when the time is right, now the time is right. So please send in your questions. So we are going to ask Chisom. All right. So I think I have a question, and that question is going to be what's the future possibility of us having more local zones in Nigeria? I remember when the local zone in Nigeria was announced. I was really excited to know about that. So what's the possibility of us having more local zones in Nigeria?
Okay, so on my own side, I would say the possibility is high because for AWS to consider Nigeria out of the so many options they have at hand, it means there is actually a market for it. So the more we embrace the option, the more local zones will be created or provided. So yeah, I see a lot of possibility there because we're a large market actually.
That's very true. That's very true. Thank you so much, Chisom. All right. So for those persons who maybe joined this event, maybe they saw it on someone's status, they've been interested in cloud, and possibly they just saw the event and they had to hop on, and you've not yet started your journey in AWS, you've not gotten an AWS account yet. This is telling you that you need to learn, because the possibility for expansion is really high, and you don't want to be caught lost when AWS has really expanded so much into Nigeria. All right, so I can't find any more questions on the chat. So I would assume that everybody got it correctly. So thank you so much, Chisom. I don't have more questions on my end. Thank you so much, Chisom. It's really been wonderful having you take this topic. Thank you so much. So right now we are going to move to the next session, and that's going to be the session of the quiz. So I believe that a lot of persons are already eager and waiting to participate in the quiz to win more prizes. So Damilare, my co-host, is here and he's very much ready to take on this session. So get ready to win another prize, and again, good luck. All right,
Thank you,
over to
Han.
you.
Han, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So if you can't hear me, then I believe everyone else can hear me too. Yes, you know what it is. So for those of you that have won one or two quizzes, now we're going to the last session. So this is the last quiz for the day, and I will implore you that tomorrow do well to be here, to be at the main event at the venue. Tomorrow's event is not going to be virtual, it's going to be physical, and you can see the address being displayed on the screen. So do well to be there by 9 a.m. 9 a.m. prompt is starting, and we would love to have you. So while we go into the what it is, our quiz session. So for those of you that have won one or two things today, I know you are feeling good already. So let's see those who are going to win the last session of this quiz. So, okay, so I believe you all can see that already. So let's start joining. All right, we have one person. All right, keep joining, joining. All right. I'm going to give room for many people to join, as many of you. The last team, if I were you, I would try to win this is the last team today. Of course, we still have so many more waiting for you tomorrow, but today this is the final. So, all right, so I'm going to give you 30 more seconds. Then we start immediately. 30 more seconds. 5 seconds. 20. Get ready, get ready, get ready. All right, so we can go into the quiz now. So you know how it is. And I believe you are ready. Let's start. All right, so let's see how many people got that right. Only one person voted and nobody got it right. What happened? So let's go into the next. So we're going to the next quiz. Okay, so we have 7 people who got this right. So let's see our leaderboard, rather. Okay, so we have Nonso Wisdom, followed by Cynthia, and followed by Anna. So these are the 3 top winners we are having yet. So let's see, we are moving to the last question. So let's see who eventually wins this. All right. So we have 19 people got this right. Okay, so who is our winner for this? Are you? I guess you are already. So let's see the leaderboard and let's see who wins this session. Okay. Wow. Namso Wisdom won with 182 points. And that is the winner for our final quiz for today. Namso Wisdom, congratulations to you. You've won this, and that means you've won yourself something from AWS. And guys, this is going to be where we put an end to it for today. Like I told you, we still have so much more waiting for you tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a physical event, so I would want every one of you to be there. We're starting 9 a.m. 9 a.m. prompt. So wherever you are, make sure to make it to the venue. And we have so much waiting for you tomorrow. So it's really a good time. I think we've had a very, very nice time today. And I believe you have learned a lot from a lot of people, from the speakers. Tomorrow we have so much speakers waiting for you. And tomorrow's session is going to be physical, like I said. It's not going to be virtual. So at this point, I would say thank you all for all of you that have been with us. Congratulations to our winners, those who have won the quizzes. Congratulations to you. We see you all tomorrow by the special grace of God. I say, I see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
The wizard. The wizard. reason.